Hare Krishna, dear devotees, and welcome back to the Govardhana Retreat. Today is the fourth day of the retreat. And fortunately, we have only 5 days. But fortunately, today is a full day with all the classes, 3 classes going on, and more darshans of Giriraj Govardhan. Today, the whole day, we will be in Giriraj Govardhan, and we will be witnessing various places. The first place where we will be going is a place which is located next to Kusum Sarovar, not very far from Radha Kund and Shyam Kund. A very interesting place which is completely off track. Hardly anyone goes there. This is the place where Giriraj emerges from the earth. In fact, the title of the video is Emerging from the Earth, the King of Mountains. Giriraj emerges from the earth or sinks in the earth. As we know, Giriraj is sinking into the earth. So we are going to see the very first shilas of the hill, the very beginning of the hill. And amongst those shilas, there will be a very special one, which is called the Bhajani Shila. So I'll let you discover. We are going to the jungles. We are going to Kusumvan.
Tabe choli oilo prabhu sumana sarobara, tahan Govardhana dekhi hoilo bihbal. From Radha Kund, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to Sumana's lake, Kusum Sarovar, and when he saw Govardhan hill from there, he was overwhelmed with joy. From Kusum Sarovar, one first encounters Govardhan hill in the shape of a small and seemingly insignificant shila sunk into the floor of a forest now dominated by the thorny babul tree. One's next encounter is a second shila, slightly raised above the ground, and then another and another, until Giriraj manifests the formation visible from Kusum Sarovar. One naturally wonders which of these shilas Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced. A little distance from there, the Bhajani Shila is located, quietly hiding behind the pricking twigs of wild bushes and trees, where Govardhan Hill tapers to meet the dust of Braj. What makes this Shila special is that he emits the sound of a kettle drum upon being tapped, thus deserving his name, the Bhajani Shila. Until about 50 years ago, Kusum Sarovar Pujaris and some Gaudiya Vaishnavas used to walk this very jungle of Kusumban to perform kirtan and offer special prayers to that particular Govardhan Shila.
I hope you appreciated this very rare darshan of Giriraj as Giriraj emerges from the earth. Very amazing images. What to speak of the Bhajani Shila that makes a sound when being struck. And this is, yes, we heard the very area where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu encountered Giriraj Govardhan and exhibited symptoms of ecstasy. Now we are going to resume hearing from Purijan Prabhu. We continue tests along the path, the journey of Srila Sanatana Goswami, his meeting with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purijan Prabhu, are you here?
Hare Krishna. It was so nice to see all those videos of Giriraj like that, so close, so touching. Thank you. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Tanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Kauravani Pracharane Nivasesha Sunyavari Pashkatya De Zatarane Om Agyanatimirandasya Jana Jana Salakaya Chaksu Samilatan Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama Sri Chaitanya Manavistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sapandantikam Vansakalpa Trubhyascha Kripasindu Vaivascha Patitanam Prabhunebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. Yesterday we left off our talk at a very dramatic place. Sanatana Goswami had passed his test, or at least part of his test. Mahaprabhu had called him for prasadam, and Sanatana Goswami walked through the hot sands to avoid of possibly offending the pujaris of Lord Jagannath. And then he explained to Mahaprabhu why he had walked in that way instead of the shorter way. And it was to avoid offending the pujaris. And Mahaprabhu was so pleased for him for protecting etiquette. And he said that The very nature of a Vaishnava is to protect Vaishnava etiquette. It's his very nature, and it's his bhushanam. It's his ornament. And Mahaprabhu then said, no one else but you could set such an example. And then he was so happy with Sanatana Goswami that he embraced him. And again, Sanatana Goswami was placed in that impossible predicament where on one hand, he wanted to be with Mahaprabhu continuously. It was his ecstasy because Mahaprabhu was his life. But on the other hand, Mahaprabhu's embrace of him caused the sores, the itching sores on Mahaprabhu's body, to the weeping sores that were bloody to touch and cover the skin and the limbs of Mahaprabhu. So this was a torture for Sanatana Goswami. He, the master of Vaishnava etiquette, who would be writing the book on Vaishnava etiquette, would be, excuse me just for a moment. Excuse me just for a moment. Yes. So it was a torture for him. But yet Mahaprabhu kept on embracing him again and again. So the next day when Sanatana Goswami returned from Yameshwar Toto, the temple of Lord Shiva at Yameshwar, Jagannananda came to Siddhabakul to meet Sanatana Goswami, and he explained the difficulty of his situation, that he felt his spiritual life was useless. It was worse than useless. He was going down due to his offenses. So upon explaining his situation to Jagannananda, Jagannananda suggested that you've seen the feet of Mahaprabhu, and also Rath Yatra is coming, you'll be able to see Lord Jagannath. And then since Mahaprabhu was given to your family that wonderful place of Vrindavan, then you can return to Vrindavan. And that way your problem, your difficulty will be solved. And Sanatana Goswami appreciated that advice. And the next day when Mahaprabhu came, Mahaprabhu kept on embracing him, and Sanatana Goswami was going in the opposite direction, trying to run away, and Mahaprabhu would forcibly chase him and embrace him. So Sanatana Goswami just revealed his mind to Mahaprabhu and said, this is so difficult for me. I came here for my benefit, and the exact opposite is happening. What will become of me? And therefore I decided it's best for me to go back to Vrindavan. And I even asked Jagannananda Pandit what he thought, and he also advised me to go to Vrindavan. And as soon as Mahaprabhu heard that Jagannananda, who was junior to Sanatana Goswami, had advised him, and in that way broken Vaishnava etiquette, Mahaprabhu, and the verse 2 times it explains in 2 words, Karudha and Sarosha, he became so angry at Jagannananda, and he called him by a diminutive name. He called him Jaga, like he was just a little boy, and said, I cannot tolerate the breach of etiquette like this. You're in a position to even advise me, and yet this like a new boy, he's advising you and telling you what to do. This is intolerable for me. And when he said that to Sanatana Goswami acted in such a Vaishnava way. He appreciated that Mahaprabhu had so much affection for Jagannananda Pandit that he was chastising him, correcting him. And he said, for myself, I am not so fortunate to have an intimate relationship with you in that way that you will chastise me. You're not giving me the sweetness of your chastisement. How will I learn? How will I be corrected without that? But instead, you're making me drink bitter neem juice. And when Mahaprabhu heard that, he felt embarrassed that he had been caught by the devotion, by the humility of Sanatana Goswami. And now we'll begin his reply, Mahaprabhu's reply. And he said, this is in text 170, no. It's not that I praise you because I think of you as being an outsider. It's not that only outsiders get praised. But actually, it's because of your good qualities. Your good qualities are so good. Tomara gunas, one is forced to praise them. You're just so excellent in your qualities. And Mahaprabhu began speaking. And these next verses, Mahaprabhu is going to be defending his position of not only why he can chastise Jagadananda, which isn't a reject in any way or pushing Sanatana Goswami into the position of an outsider, but he's going to give so many reasons why he's treating Sanatana Goswami the way he treats him. So he explains, although I may have affection for, some person may have affection for many persons, but different type of bhava, different type of relationships, different type of affection, they manifest love. It awakens love according to the personal relationship. It's not that you're lesser or he's more, it's nothing like that. It's just difference of a loving relationship. And then he gives a second reason. And you consider your body dangerous because Sanatana Goswami has said that, look what I'm doing, you're embracing me, and the weeping sores from my body, the blood and pus from my body is covering your limbs. And Sanatana Goswami says, Mahaprabhu says, you consider your body dangerous, but you consider it awful, but I think your body is like nectar. And then he explains. So all the points that he's giving, that Mahaprabhu giving in response to Sanatana Goswami, they're true. They're all true. And they're to be considered from different points of view, but they're not the essence of why he's doing what he's doing. And the essence will come later. And the essence is very exciting. But take these truths. Mahaprabhu then says, and he's going to explain it, he makes some points now, and then he's going to explain them still later. He says that your body is actually transcendental. He'll make this point in one verse, and later on in, this is text 173, in 191 to 200, he's going to explain how it's true, and he's going to expand on this meaning. He says, actually, your body is transcendental. It's never to be considered material. You are thinking of it, however, in terms of material conception, but that's not actually the way to look at the situation. And even if your body was material, I would still never neglect it, for the material body should be considered neither good nor bad. So then Mahaprabhu explains philosophically that everything in this world is actually Maya. It's illusion. So how could you say that this type of illusion is better than that type of illusion, and this is a bad type of illusion, and this is a good type of illusion? Illusion is illusion. It's not factual. So when we're speaking in relationship to the absolute truth, such idea of good and bad, favorable, shub, ashub, auspicious, inauspicious, everything in the material world is the same, practically speaking. So then he actually says, Dvaita Badra Badra Gyan Sabha Manodama. This is just mental speculation. A Bala, this is good. A Manda, this is bad. A Sabha Brahma, this is just illusion actually. And then he quotes Shastra to prove this. He quotes Bhagavad-Gita 5:18, Vidyavanaya Sampane, the humble sage, by his virtue of his knowledge, he sees with equal vision. So Mahaprabhu is preaching and quoting Bhagavad-Gita to Sanatana Goswami. Sage sees with equal vision a cow, not according to the body, as if one body is better than another, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater. And then he quotes more from the Bhagavad-Gita, saying that the great soul, the Muni, he sees stones and gold as the same. He's completely fixed in controlling his senses and his mind. And then he goes on to still another point in this regard to prove that there is no fault in his, not only fault, but it's philosophically justified why he's embracing Sanatana Goswami despite his the sores on his body and the weeping. And Sanatana Goswami is covered. He's covered by these things. And he's not thinking like this at all, but he does not say a word. And then then Mahaprabhu says, and since I'm a sannyasi, my duty is to make no distinction at all. I am to be equipoised, good and bad. I just float through the world, practically speaking, renounced from the good and bad of this world. My knowledge must be equally disposed towards sandalwood pulp and dirty mud. So Mahaprabhu is speaking like this to Sanatana Goswami, and he said, for this reason, this is in text 180, for this reason, myself being a sannyasi, seeing equally, I cannot reject you. And if I hated you, if I had dvesh, if I had an aversion to you, I would be deviating from my sannyas dharma, nija dharma jai. I would be not acting properly as a sannyasi. And Haridas Thakur is listening to this along with Sanatana Goswami. And Haridas says, my dear Lord, because remember, everyone serves Mahaprabhu in Dasyaras. Everyone, all his followers serve him as he is the Lord and they are his servants. So they speak to him very, very carefully and very, very gently. But Haridas speaks in his careful and gentle way and says, my dear Lord, Prabhu, my Lord, what you have spoken deals with external formalities, and I do not accept it. In other words, Mahaprabhu is speaking on this level, but what's really going on is on a higher level. Or if you look at it the other way, it's going on a deeper level. And Haridas points this out to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This isn't the reason why you're acting the way you're acting. Now, what is the reason why you're acting the way you're acting? Haridas also says something that's not exactly the truth, but he says something that is 100% true. My Lord, he says, we are all fallen. Amas saba adame, ye karyache angikar. You are accepting us, even though we are fallen. And what is the reason for that? It is because Dina Dayalu Guna, your quality of being the savior, the protector of the most fallen. This is known everywhere. Everyone knows this, that you are the savior of the most fallen, and we are the most fallen, and that's what's motivating you to act. But that's not what's motivating Mahaprabhu to act, even though it is true. And when Haridas said that, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled. And he said, listen, Haridas and Sanatan. Now I'll speak the truth. And the truth is, my mind is attached to you. My dear Haridas, my dear Sanatan, I think of you as my little boys. I think of you like you're my children, even though they're both quite elderly. And because you are like my children, I think of you in that way, and therefore it is my duty to maintain you. The maintainer, he who maintains, never takes seriously any of the faults in he who he is maintaining. Excuse me. And in fact, Mahaprabhu is maintaining them, just as if he was their father and they were his young children. He's sending them food every day, Jagannath Mahaprasada, of the highest quality too. He's favoring them. He visits them every day. But he says, even though I consider myself like your father and you're like my little boys and I'm maintaining you, it's not that I'm doing that as the child naturally respects the father, so I don't expect you to respect me. It's not like that at all. But because of my affection only, I consider you to be just like my little children. And he's going to continue with this in this mood to explain why he's embracing Sanatana Goswami and putting him in this vice. Vice meaning compression chamber. That he won't let Sanatan leave this world. He won't let Sanatan even leave Jagannath Puri, but yet, and he's embracing him again and again, and yet the flowing, oozing sores from his body are covering the limbs, and Sanatan is clearly in complete distress. He's trying to back away from Mahaprabhu. So Mahaprabhu is again explaining why he's doing this. And he's saying, you are like my little children. And just as the stool and urine of the maintained child, like a little baby, appears like sandalwood pulp to the mother. Similarly, when the foul moisture oozing from Sanatan touches my body, I have no hatred for him because you're like my little children. I'm like your mother maintaining you. And Haridas doesn't quite accept this explanation either. And he says, my dear sir, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Tumi Ishvara Dayamaya. You are the Supreme Lord who is filled with mercy somehow or another. And this is the faith, the deep conviction, and even more than that, the deep experience of a devotee. They may understand it, they may not understand it. And here we're speaking on two different levels at the same time. The level of what Haridas Thakur is saying, and the level of a devotee who is hearing these pastimes, trying to learn how he should deal with the pressures of spiritual life when he can't escape, and he's caught and being pressurized in that sense, and he doesn't know if he's going to turn into a diamond or being crushed into coal dust. So Tumi Ishvara Dayamaya, but his faith is that you are full of mercy. Dayamaya means that your existence, practically speaking, is mercy. Toma Gambira Ridya. Gambira, where Mahaprabhu stayed, it means the cave or very, very deep. Your Hridaya, your heart, is very deep. And now he's moving towards the conclusion of why Mahaprabhu is doing this. And he's saying, Bhujana Najaya. No one can understand what is in your deeply affectionate heart. No one can understand this. He has said you're doing it because it's merciful, your mercy. And indeed, you are merciful. You're Dayamaya. We trust that completely. So there must be some mercy hidden in this. But I cannot see it at all. And then he says, and here's some hints. Spoken hints are, of course, indirect. Vasudeva galat kushti tateanga kidamaya. And this is referring to when Mahaprabhu was touring South India, that the leper Vasudeva was there, and he had galat kushti, and he had kidamaya. So galat kushti means that he had leprosy, and his limbs, his anga, they were covered with this leprosy. His body was falling apart. And kidamaya means, just like dayamaya means that mercy is within you, it's what you're made of. But kida is worms. His leprosy wasn't only leprosy, but worms were living in his body. And yet, Tare alingana koilahai sadaya, despite his condition, that terrible condition, you embraced him. So there is a parallel going on here between how Mahaprabhu is dealing with Sanatana Goswami and how he dealt with Vasudeva, the leper. But the next words that come from Thakur Haridas's mouth show that there's a difference. Please go on to we'll read this. You embraced the leper Vasudeva, whose body was fully infected by worms. You were so kind that in spite of his condition, you embraced him. And then the next verse. But alingana koila tara karpana sama anga. When you embraced him, his anga, his limbs, became like the God of love, sama, equal to the God of love. And bujitena paritoma kripaya taranga. We cannot understand the waves of your mercy. He said that you are Dayamaya. You are being merciful. But when you embraced Vasudeva, his limbs were completely cured of his leprosy, despite the worms that live there. But when you're embracing Sanatana Goswami, just your body is being covered. And his body isn't being transformed. Certainly you are being merciful. But bhujitena paritoma, we cannot understand the waves. Taranga means waves. How the waves of your mercy are flowing in such different ways. By embracing him, you made his body as beautiful as that of Cupid. So here's a first hint that's really not even a hint, that's really clear. That something very special is going on here. But at this point, we don't really understand. Haridas doesn't understand. Sanatan doesn't understand how Mahaprabhu's mercy is manifest. And then Mahaprabhu begins to speak again. And he says, the body of a devotee is never material. It is considered to be transcendental, full of spiritual bliss. Now I read from some of Prabhupada's purport here. Please listen very carefully. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is trying to convince Haridas Thakur and Sanatana Goswami that a devotee whose life is dedicated to the service of the Lord is never in the material conception. Because he's dedicated to the service of the Lord, he's considering himself Jivera Surupai Krishna Nityadas. I'm eternally Krishna's servant, and I'm serving him. And because he always engages in the service of the Lord, because he's in that mood, he's always serving the Lord, his body is transcendental and full of spiritual bliss. One should never consider his body material, someone who's in that conception, instead of Dehatma Buddhi, instead of the conception of I am my body, but he's in the conception, I am Krishna's. And such a person, Prabhupada is saying, is Mahaprabhu is trying to convince, and he's making this philosophical point, speaking truth. One should never consider his body material, just as one should never consider the body of the deity worshipped in the temple to be made of stone or wood. I would like to make two comments here. One is, I've heard Srila Prabhupada say that everyone knows that the deity is made out of stone or wood or metal, but to think that the deity is only that is aparat, that is offense. So this conjunction is there, this mystical conjunction of Krishna's energy is there. And to think that the deity is that, like a material object of stone or wood, that is incorrect, and it's actually offensive. But rather, Krishna manifests himself fully through the deity, and depending upon our relationship with the deity, we can perceive that, or we can't. And similarly, the body of an exalted devotee, his body is transcendental, not the kind of transcendental that doesn't get older on the physical level, but the kind of like gold. Gold is gold, but Prabhupada compared the difference between gold that's a box that's fully gold or a box that's gold plated. So the material body of a spiritual devotee, a transcendental devotee who has given himself to Krishna, does not exactly act like a material body. And we certainly saw this in relationship with Srila Prabhupada. That to be in his presence was not to be in the presence of someone who was an ordinary person with an ordinary material body. And his body was, you could say, was effulgent. It was, one could say, vibrating on a completely different level than an ordinary material body vibrates on you. It was tangible, it was palpable. One could experience that directly. Like the deity. When one is in the presence, or where this is how a virtual Govardhana Retreat, when one is in the presence of Giriraj Govardhana, one doesn't think that this is just an ordinary mountain. One feels welcomed, one feels a relationship, one feels his sweetness, his softness, his kindness. And not only does one feel like that, thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people will walk around Giriraj Govardhana or see in Vrndavan, Radha Shyama Krishna Balaram, see Gaura and just stand in front of them. Just spellbound, captivated by their beauty. I remember one time, many, many years ago, I saw the Gopinath deity, Tota Gopinath in Puri, right, who was so close to the Ameshwar Tota temple. And I saw him while he was getting his bathed in the morning. So I saw him with his form as it was, and I was watching the Pujari decorate him. And he was already completely beautiful. Completely beautiful. And as the decorations were added, his beauty, it increased, but it didn't increase because he was already completely beauty. It was just different kinds of beauty. So what is unlimited beauty? And if we have an unlimited consciousness, we can perceive that. And if we have the right consciousness, we can perceive that in these extraordinary devotees as well. But yet, that's not fully what's going on. But Prabhupada, or rather Mahaprabhu, wants this point to be made about the transcendental nature of a devotee's body. And in the next chapter, in chapter 5 of Antilila of Caitanya Charitamrita, we're going to get such an example of this, of how the body of a devotee is incalculably different from the body of a materialistic person, because Ramananda Roy, he's written a drama, the Jagannath Balavanattakam, and he has these young girls, and he's training them how to play in this, and how to dance, how to move their eyes, how to move their hands, to portray exactly the moods that he wants, and he's touching their bodies, and Mahaprabhu knows this, and Pradumna Misra knows this, and his body and his mind are completely untouched by the dealings with members of the opposite sex. Completely untransformed. Because of his internal mood. This is the limit to how a transcendental devotee's body can be transcendental. And then in the chapter following that, we see Raghunath Das Goswami and his renunciation. It is incalculable. It is impossible for a materialist. It's impossible for the material mind to even be able to conceive of this. And even when we read it, we think, does this mean that I'm supposed to do that? The renunciation of Raghunath Das, who takes the food that's rejected by the cows and washes it, and just to maintain his body, he eats that. And Raghunath in Vrndavan, he maintains himself every other day. He's just drinking one small cup of buttermilk, of chach. And the Goswamis not sleeping, just wandering. Prabhupada not sleeping, practically speaking, and doing what he did. So these are the limits to show the nature of pure spirit interacting with matter, but not being touched at all by matter, but rather the matter being transformed. So Mahaprabhu wants to make this point to Haridas and Sanatan, but they already know this because they are on that platform. We saw in the previous chapter how Haridas himself was tested by a prostitute and by Maya herself. And Maya ended up wanting to take initiation from Haridas Thakur. So Mahaprabhu was continuing to speak. When the devotee's body, or at the time of initiation, Diksha Kale, when a devotee fully surrenders unto the service of the Lord, when a devotee fully surrenders at the time of initiation, when he fully surrenders unto the service of the Lord, Krishna accepts him to be as good as himself. And when the devotee's body is thus transformed into spiritual existence, the devotee in that transcendental body, then he renders service to the lotus feet of the Lord. So a very subtle and deep topic is being discussed here. But yet, it's not quite what's going on. And in Srila Prabhupada's purport, first or to the next verse, which is very mysterious purport, which I'm not going to read right now, but it's what's possible in Krishna consciousness and what limits what is possible in Krishna consciousness is perhaps our consciousness. But I won't read this purport now because it's very mysterious, but you should read it at some point and go deeply into understanding it. It's text 194. And then, and now Mahaprabhu is going to give another explanation. So he's given so many explanations why he's embracing Sanatana Goswami, and here he's going to give another explanation, which is a reflection of what he's already said, that because I'm a sannyasi, it is my duty to not see good and bad. So Mahaprabhu then says in text 195, Sanatana era deha Krishna kandu upajan, that Krishna has manifest these sores in his body. And this is another hint for us, a second hint on us on how we should deal with the difficulties of the pressures of trying to be a devotee. The first is that we should see Krishna's mercy in it, even though we don't understand it. And second, see it as Amaparikshite Krishna iham dila patana. Krishna has sent this circumstance to me, Mahaprabhu says, with Sanatan's body to test me. And testing of me has two purposes. One is Krishna is looking, and I should be conscious of how I act in this circumstance, which may be so extremely difficult, but he's there. Because Krishna has sent this difficult circumstance. Of course, there's some combination of my own fate, but it's Krishna ultimately who is behind everything. As Prabhupada has said in one of his Bhagavad-Gita purports, not a blade of grass moves without Krishna's sanction. He is the Anumanta, he is the permitter. So even more than that, a devotee sees, as Mahaprabhu is giving that, showing that example, he sees Krishna's hand is personally there, and he's merciful, although I may not be able to see it, but he's testing me. So the first part of the test is to see that Krishna is given it, this position. And the second part of the test that is clear here is that this is a self-assessment. I'm in a difficult circumstance. How am I doing? Where does my mind run? Do I run to Krishna's shelter? Do I run away from Krishna? Do I hold on tightly as if my life depended on it? Hold on tightly to Krishna's lotus feet? Or am I not at that stage? Is my stage that sometimes when the pressure is on me, I become angry? Do I become angry at Krishna? Do I become angry at everyone else? Do I project that anger outward at everyone else? Do I run from Krishna? Do I run towards Krishna? So the tests are also self-assessments, so we can see how we're doing, and they're very private, not like embarrassing test scores when I'm in school. And I look at the list and I see, I start at the bottom when I'm looking at the list and just seeing how low my name comes and where I am. And all along in my life, I'm thinking that I'm number one, but actually when it comes to the tests, if I look carefully, I see that I see my failures. And the purpose of these assessments is to know where we stand, to know if we have to improve, And the older we get, the more urgent that improvement is required seems to be pressing upon us. So Mahaprabhu says here, he's taking it in the other way. The test isn't on Sanatana Goswami, the test is on me. Krishna somehow or another manifested these itching sores on the body of Sanatana Goswami. And Krishna sent him here to test me. And if I had hated Sanatana Goswami, and if I had not embraced him, I would certainly have been chastised for offenses to Krishna. Because Sanatana Goswami is one of the associates of Krishna. Notice how Mahaprabhu before was speaking philosophy, quoting Bhagavad-Gita, Pandita Samadarshana, but the real test of philosophy is the application of that philosophy to life, to my life, not looking so much at how others are applying the philosophy to their lives, but mostly introspectively looking at myself and seeing of all the philosophy that comes out of my mouth, to what degree do I apply that to my own life? And then Mahaprabhu says, Sanatana Goswami is one of the associates of Krishna. There could not be any bad odor from his body. So now it will start to get even more interesting. On the first day I embraced him, Sanatan, Mahaprabhu was saying, I smelt the aroma of chatusama, a mixture of sandalwood pulp, camphor, agaru, and musk. And then after Mahaprabhu says that to Sanatana Goswami and Haridas, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Maharaj puts a personal comment in here. And he says, Vastuta, actually, the fact is, in fact, when Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced the body of Sanatana Goswami, by the Lord's touch alone, there was manifested a fragrance exactly like that of sandalwood pulp. So again, another hint that at any time Mahaprabhu could have removed these sores. He could have saved Sanatana Goswami from so much difficulty on one level. But it didn't happen. He had the power. He did it to Vasudeva the leper. But something else is going on here, different from the philosophy that Mahaprabhu was explaining to Sanatana and Haridas. I tell you the truth, I am maintaining you. Yes, it's true, it's all true. Everything Mahaprabhu said is true. But something else is going on as well. And there are instructions for us in all of this. And yes, they are true, but yet something else is going on as well. Mahaprabhu continues. My dear Sanatan, do not be aggrieved. Do not be distressed. For when I embrace you, I actually get great pleasure. I'm happy when I embrace you. Don't be distressed, because your happiness is my happiness. You are a great devotee. And then he said to Sanatan, stay with me at Jagannath Puri for 1 year. And after that, I shall send you to Vrindavan. Because Sanatan had suggested that he go to Vrindavan immediately. He had brought up Jagannatha Pandit, and Mahaprabhu had said, stay here. Now he says, stay here for 1 year. Now, what is Sanatan thinking? That every day Mahaprabhu comes and he sees myself, he sees Haridas, and he embraces me. And every day I have to run away. It's practically intolerable for me, and yet by force he embraces me. There's no statement like that. But how Sanatana Goswami is taking this, it is not exactly clear. But text 201, the next verse is a special verse. Etavali Puna Tandre Koila Lingana. After saying this, Etavali Puna, again, Mahaprabhu embraced Sanatan. But this time, Kandu Gela, this time, his sores left. And Anga Hoilo Suvana Sama. So before Vasudeva was Kandapa Sama perhaps, and he is Suvarn Nera Sama, his limbs, they became like gold. Golden limbs. Who has golden limbs? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gauranga. Srimati Radharani, Gaurangi. When one, Mahaprabhu explains, when one Diksha Kali at the time of initiation, one's body becomes transcendental, actually suitable for service, and now transformed, and now Sanatana Goswami's body is all the Kandu rasa, and it's all gone. And it is like gold, equal to gold in color. Next. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again embraced Sanatana Goswami. Thus immediately, Sanatan's sores disappeared, and his entire body resembled the color of gold. Haridas sees this. Haridas sees this, and chamatkar, again chamatkar, Mahaprabhu's leelas are chamatkara, but there's going to be a hint right at the end of this chapter of something that we must do to see everything that goes on in his leela is chamatkara. This is awesome. This is astounding. This is wonderful. Haridas has seen this with his eyes. Sanatan does not say anything. And Prabhu says, meaning Haridas, he says, E bange ye tomara. This is all your pastime. He's been saying this, and Sanatan says this throughout this chapter. You are pulling the strings, I am dancing. We cannot understand exactly what's going on, but we are just players in this drama, in this Leela. This is your pastime. Next, please. This is your pastime. Next. And he's going to explain a little more. Say, Jari Kandera Pani Tumi Koila. You caused Sanatan to drink that water in the Jharikanda forest as he walked through. You caused him to drink that water, and because he drank that water, Pani Lakshe, the symptom of that water came as these kandus, these sores arose within him. Oh Lord, you have been behind this. Please speak English. You made Sanatana Goswami drink the water of Jharikanda, and you actually generated the consequent itching sores on his body. Next. And Kandukare, after making these itching sores, Pariksha Karila Sanatana, you examined Sanatan. You tested him. You examined him. E Lila Bange, your pastimes, I cannot understand. Nahi Jane, I cannot understand. No one can understand your pastimes. Next, please. After thus causing these itching sores, you examined Sanatana Goswami. No one can understand your transcendental pastimes. And then, Duhe Alingana Prabhu Gela Nijalaya. Mahaprabhu embraced the two of them, and then he went back to his own place. No more words were spoken by Mahaprabhu to Haridasa, or Haridasa Sanatana to Mahaprabhu. But Prabhura Guna Kaheduna, the two of them, they discussed the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and they were filled with prema as they discussed. Next, please. Go on to the next. In great ecstatic love, Prabhupada translated. They just were overwhelmed by what Mahaprabhu had done. They were overwhelmed. And now, practically speaking, the curtain on this great scene closes. And the next scene opens. After they saw the Doliatra festival, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed Sanatana Goswami about what he should do in Vrindavan. The next scene is about to begin. Mahaprabhu said, you stay until Doliatra, and now Doliatra had come. And before Sanatana Goswami was going to go to Vrindavan, Mahaprabhu instructed him fully about what he wanted him to do. But then Vidya Dila, he bade him farewell. Next verse. Ye Kale, at the time Vidya Hoila Prabhupada Charane, at the time when he was bidding farewell to the lotus feet of Prabhu, Dui Janera Vicheda Dasa Na Jaya Varnane. Kaviraj Goswami says, Na Jaya Varnane, I cannot describe and keep in mind, it says Dui Janara. It wasn't just Sanatana Goswami's separation, Vicheda Dasa. It wasn't just Sanatana Goswami's separation, mood of separation, and his brokenheartedness about having to leave Caitanya Mahaprabhu, but Dvijana, each one of them, Mahaprabhu also felt the same about Sanatana Goswami. Their hearts were practically one in love and devotion. And Kaviraj Goswami says, I cannot even describe what it was like. Previously, when Sanatana Goswami left Mahaprabhu, he had put his hand on his head. Sanatana Goswami fainted a different time. The Rupa Goswami fainted, but this, Kaviraj Goswami said, I cannot even describe it. The heart-breaking, heart-rendering separation, the love that was exchanged. It is so piteous. It would break every heart who hears it. It cannot be described herein. There was so much love. And Sanatana Goswami decided to go to Vrindavan by the very forest path Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had traversed. Interestingly enough, he found out from Balabhadra Bhattacharya, Sabha Like Nila. Like Prabhupada translated in his verses, he noted down from Balabhadra Bhattacharya the exact route that Mahaprabhu had taken through the forest. But Like means he wrote it down. Literally, he noted it down. He wrote it down. And because he wrote it down, therefore, Kaviraj Goswami, who was in the presence of Sanatana Goswami, he could know exactly where, how Mahaprabhu had traveled through the forest. So Sanatana Goswami went through those places and he met all the devotees of Mahaprabhu. He traveled on that exact same path. He visited the places which Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had passed. And as soon as he visited a place where Mahaprabhu had performed his pastimes on the way, seeing those places, Prema Vesh, he was immediately filled with ecstatic love. So look at this relationship and look what Sanatana Goswami had to go through in that relationship. Look what Prabhupada had to go through. We heard from Jagatarini Mataji how Prabhupada had to struggle so much before coming, but his struggle didn't end. When he arrived in the West, he struggled and struggled and struggled and struggled because he knew his mission. And he was going to fulfill it. And he was going to give it everything. So everything had to be a struggle. And Prahlad Maharaj prays to make us fearless in the struggle in this world. Fearless means to do what is required, as we have learned, as Sanatana Goswami has done, and is how we can do. We should try our best. Sanatana Goswami is the ideal, but we should try our best. Try our best. In this way, Sanatana Goswami reached Vrindavan, and Rupa Goswami met him after 1 year. Rupa Goswami had gone to Bengal, and Sanatana Goswami had stayed in Jagannath Puri for 1 year. And Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami arrived more or less at the same time in Vrindavan. And what did they do in Vrindavan? What did they do? They met in Vrindavan and they executed the will, the desire, the orders, the service, that they had received from Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and they were thinking of him all the time, in separation. And later on, in the 13th chapter of Antya-lila, Mahaprabhu tells Jagadananda, when Jagadananda is going to Vrindavan, he says, when you see Sanatana, tell him that I'm coming again to Vrindavan and to prepare a place for me to live, to stay when I'm in Vrindavan. And Jagadananda, interestingly enough, doesn't give that message to Sanatana Goswami the moment he arrives, but rather, on the other hand, exactly at the time before he leaves, he tells him that Mahaprabhu is coming. Please prepare a place for him. He's giving something, some hope to him. He's giving him something to put his heart on, to attach his heart to, that Mahaprabhu is coming. And he prepared a place for him on Dwadasa Dityatil, the place of Madan Mohan. And Sanatana Goswami's own Bhajan Kutir is there. But Mahaprabhu didn't come. But every day, perhaps Sanatana Goswami was thinking, is this the day that Mahaprabhu is coming? Will he come today? And in this way, he was living always in separation, in service and separation from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So the chapter goes on, and Sanatan, what all the books he wrote, and all the books that Sanatan wrote, and all the activities he performs are just what Mahaprabhu told them, I want to do through you. I want you to be the gate through I will do things through. And also, the activities of Rupa Goswami are described in this chapter. And the same point, Rupa is also just serving in separation, in the association of devotees, serving, tightly serving their Lord and Master in separation from him, but associating with him, thinking, I am doing this for him, for his pleasure, to make him smile. And then after Rupa and Sanatan are described, then Srila Jiva Goswami is described. And in this way, this is, in one sense, the ending of something of a story, a lila that began in chapter 16 of Madhya Lila, and all went the way to Mahaprabhu's visiting Vrindavan, instructing Rupa Goswami, instructing Sanatana Goswami, meeting Rupa Goswami in Vrindavan in the first chapter of Antya Lila, and then Haridas Thakur, 2 chapters, or 1 really, or 2 really, and then here in chapter 4, and this is the end of this section. These great devotees, they're Rupa and Sanatan, and the 6 Goswamis, how Mahaprabhu has empowered them, and the story is ending here, to how they expanded the work of preaching. I wanted to read just a few more verses before we will end. One is about Jiva Goswami. When Jiva Goswami met Nithyananda Prabhu in Navadvip, and they did Navadvip Parikrama together, Nithyananda Prabhu showed all the places of Mahaprabhu's pastimes to Jiva Goswami, and then Jiva Goswami requested permission from Nithyananda Prabhu to go to Vrindavan. And here's what Kaviraj Goswami says, and there is something I thought was very important and a little bit hidden, but not very hidden. Because of Jiva Goswami's relationship, because he had asked Nithyananda Prabhu, please give me permission to go to Vrindavan. Because of Jiva Goswami's relationship with Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, who were greatly favored by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Nityananda Prabhu placed his feet on the head of Srila Jiva Goswami and embraced him. He loved Jiva Goswami, but why? Not why, because Nityananda Prabhu was merciful to everyone, but why did he give this special mercy to him, to Jiva Goswami? Because of his relationship with Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, who were greatly favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. How to get mercy is we have to have that connection with someone who is greatly favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Nityananda Prabhu blessed him in this way. Yes, go soon to Vrndavan. That place has been awarded to your family, to your father and uncles by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and therefore you must go there immediately. When Nityananda Prabhu blessed Kaviraj Goswami, he said, you will achieve all things, and all those things that are achieved are described in the early chapters in Adi Leela. But this is the blessings of Nityananda Prabhu. Thus, this is the 237th verse. We can put it up. Eta kohilun puna sanatan sagame Prabhu ashaya jani yahara shavane. To the English. Thus I have described, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj is ending the chapter, how the Lord again met with Sanatana Goswami. And by hearing this, I can understand the Lord's desire. Now that's something, put it back please. And that's something for you to think about and meditate. See if you can understand the Lord's desire. And now a still more mysterious verse. That one was, I found very mysterious and something to meditate on. But here's one that's very, very special too. 238. Chaitanya Charitare, the characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Ikshudanda Sama. Sama, we know, means equal to, they are like. Danda means a stick. Ikshu means a stick of sugar cane. Shavane Charita Haya Rasa Aswadana. Go to the English, please. These characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are like sugar cane that one can chew to relish transcendental juice. What I thought was so interesting about this is that, have you ever eaten sugar cane? Not sugar cane juice. He doesn't say sugar cane juice. Go back to the Bengali, please. He says that it's ikshudanda sama. They are like a stick of cane. Now to the English. So if you've ever tried to chew sugar cane to get to the sugar, the juice, the sweetness, you have to work. You have to chew, you have to have strong teeth, you have to pull off the outer part, and then you have to chew and chew and chew. And then it is very sweet. What an interesting metaphor he's given. He hasn't said it is like sugar cane juice, but it's like sugar cane. dive deeply. Caitanya Charitamrita is such a book that even the outer covering of the sugar cane is sweet, but if one wants to get deeper, one has to chew it and chew it and chew it and look at it very, very carefully. It is unlimitedly deep. It is unlimitedly sweet. It is unlimitedly meaningful. It is unlimitedly instructive. And please, Kaviraj Goswami says, please understand the desires of the Lord, somehow participate in the desires of the Lord, become servants of the servants of the servants of those who are dear to the Lord, establish relationships, and relish very deeply Caitanya Charitamrita. And Kaviraj Goswami closes this chapter as he closes almost every chapter, Si Rupa Raghunatha Padeya Rasha Caitanya Charitamrita Kahe Krishna Dasa, praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishna Das, narrate Sri Caitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. And Prabhupada says, thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Caitanya Charitamrita Antilila, 4th chapter, describing Sanatana Goswami's stay with the Lord at Jagannath Puri. So we gave some talk a little bit about how to apply this in our lives. It's not, it can be discussed again and again and again. Okay, we will end here. If there's time for questions, we'll either have a question or two now, or we save some for tomorrow. That's up to Prashanta Mataji's call.
Hare Krishna. Well, maybe we can do good and take one question only. Okay, there are questions here.
Prashanta, we can't hear you.
Really?
Maybe let us to go.
Can you hear me?
Maybe it's on our side.
Yeah, it's on their side.
It's on your side. Anila Jajotia? Lenita. Hare Krishna,
Hare
Lenita
Krishna.
Devi. Would you ask your question?
Thank you so much, Mother Prashanta. Thank you. Thank you so much, Purijan Prabhu. Please accept my respectful obeisances. All
Hare
glories to you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm missing the retreats in Vrindavan, but grateful for all of you. What you presented is just such a beautiful aspiration. If I can be honest in my submission, Prabhu, I just want to ask you, being very far away from these aspirations of pure service as a very conditioned, attached Kali Yuga entities, looking for some material relief, at the same time some push towards pure aspirations and advancement. How do we find hope?
We have to serve those who are more advanced than us, closer than us. Krishna doesn't close all the doors. That is my answer. There's a process that we follow and try our best and serve those who we have trust and faith are closer than we are.
Thank you.
I answered very simply in one sense, something that's a very personal question. And sometimes when we need very personal instruction, we have to find those who we trust, who know us very well and can give us specific instructions that apply to the specific circumstances in our lives. But that was sort of a general answer, is don't avoid being a servant and serve, even though we are very fallen. And if I was probably to ask everyone who feels exactly the same way after hearing that class to raise your hand, we'll probably have a lot of hands raised, including mine. All the hands are going up. So the same general but correct answer. Only 13, now they're going down. Yeah, the same answer is that we serve those who are further along on the path than us. And everyone is lined up in this way as servants. Should we try another one? Question 2? Santa?
Okay, one more question. So let me see, I'll just check who is next. Anarpita Kripamoidas.
Hare Krishna, Dhanvatnam Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
I pay my humble obeisances in your lotus feet. So, my question is, Sanatan Goswami is having so much humility and so much devotion for the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It is my fallen condition. I do not have such a devotion. So, how can I develop such a humility and devotion in the lotus feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the Guru Parampara, Sanatan Goswami, Rup Goswami? So it's a very, very far from my efforts. I don't understand.
If I were to ask everyone who's listening now who had the same question to raise their hand, probably everyone would raise their hand. Oops, the numbers are going up quickly. And I also, and because I'm speaking now, I can't find the place so I could raise my hand also. But if the question is, how can I develop the humility? My answer is always the same: just be patient. Life, if nothing else, will teach us to be humble. If we try to perform any service regularly, day after day, we'll see very clearly right in front of us our worst enemy, and it's the rascal mind. This is the message of the Avanti Brahman too, and we will become humble. And then the question is, what to do when we become humbled, humiliated. Sometimes humiliation has to precede humility. So if we're conscious and introspective, we will continuously be humiliated, because there's such a disparity, a difference between how I wish to be, the best part of me wishes to be, and the way I actually am. So that discrepancy, we would naturally think that we should bring the parts closer together, but we're not able to do that. Rather, the more we pay attention, the more we find that they go like this and like this and like this and like this and like this. So this is the great paradox of spiritual life. How could the greatest devotees feel the greatest humility? How could Sanatana Goswami himself in Brihad Bhagavatamrita say that dainya, humility, and prema are the same? And how could Mahaprabhu say Trinadapi Sunichena Tarodapi Sahisnuna? Amanidam Manadena, give respect to others, don't demand any for yourself. Be conscious of the hypocrisy that's alive within you. And then chant Hare Krishna in a humble state of mind, asking for mercy, asking for service, begging for association. Take any service that's given. Take any association in any form that's given, regardless of, it may not be exactly what the best according to your calculation. So these questions I can only answer generally, in a sense, and as I try to answer them for myself too. And everyone gets tested. Everyone gets tested. And again, there's two parts of the test. Krishna is ultimately the one doing it, who is Dayamaya, to see his mercy in it. And second, to become conscious of our actual position. Different from when we go to school in India. We want to become perhaps number one in class. But here we want to serve those who are number one, number two, number three, number four. We want to serve, we want to serve, we want to serve. So I think that's the best I can do right now, and I think that's all I can do right now. I wouldn't be surprised.
Thank you very much, Burijan Prabhu. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very sadly, in one sense, this was the last of the sessions by Burijan Prabhu for this retreat. I hope that all of you have captured what we call jewels to keep within your hearts, to meditate on, to practice. Thank you very much.
One little point.
Yes?
Not little point, but Sanatana Goswami and Haridas, they saw themselves as in the Leela. Clearly they were in the Leela of Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And therefore they wanted to participate in their own way in that Leela. So in some way, perhaps we can join this amazing Leela of Mahaprabhu coming down through Srila Prabhupada and think of it in that way and see how we, insignificant as we are, can participate in this Leela of becoming lovers of Krishna and sharing that experience, as Prabhupada, as we read yesterday, with others throughout the world. So, sorry, that's my additional comment. And an example of this is you try to do something little just because it's what you want to offer. And this is, I'm speaking about someone who's right across from me over here, Jagatwini, who we'll hear from later. And suddenly you find out that Prime Minister Modi is saying something wonderful about your little creation here in faraway Perth. You've done something little, and suddenly we don't know what the repercussions are going to be. We don't know how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is going to use it. in his service. So even though we can only do something insignificant in one sense, that insignificantness isn't seen by the Vaishnavas, by our Guru Maharaj, by Prabhupada as insignificant. They see it as a devotional offering. Patram pushpam palam toyam. Mataji, I'm going to disappear or I'm going to keep on going. Goodbye. The 3 crows on top of Buries on the cow.
That was a sweet way to end. So now we have to run. We have to run. Where should we run? We run to Govardhana. And we shall be grazing in Govardhana, a vision. glimpses of Krishna grazing his cows in Govardhana. Yes, it is said that the Lord manifests through various elements such as stone, metal, wood, and painting. As one of our videographers was roaming around Govardhan Hill in a remote area completely away from the path, he suddenly encountered this beautiful painting of Krishna on a tree, painted by an unknown artist and manifesting Krishna's presence today in Govardhan. Let us now see whether Sachinandan Maharaj is here. Yes. Welcome back, Maharaj. Please accept our obeisances. I think you need to no, you are unmuted. So
let us see. Can you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good.
Good. Yes. So I want to welcome everyone very affectionately on this call. And before I go into my presentation, I would love to just halt or pause for a moment and acknowledge the mood which Burijan Prabhu created in his last lecture. By the way, I think this is a culminative mood. In other words, it came about by all the various days which we had, all the presentations which we were listening to, all the videos which we looked at, all the mantras which we sang, culminated. They added to each other to create a certain very favorable mood. That is the mood of sincerely questioning ourselves. Where do we stand in relationship to all these desirable, highly attractive, transcendental matters? This actually comes about as we enter the Govardhana retreats, and we decided, as those who designed the retreat, we means Burijan, Jagatarini, Prashanta and her team, and so on. We decided to give one free day in the middle of the retreat so that the devotees could think about these things, could think about this question, which unavoidably and desired, this question comes up on a retreat. This sincere questioning, where do I stand in relationship to these subjects, and what could I possibly do or pray for to come to my next step in my spiritual life. So when the question came up at the end of Burijan Prabhu's excellent presentation, I mean, I really benefited so much listening to it and seeing the subtle dealings that, or subtle thoughts which go on in the mind of God, which go on in the mind of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and which are chamatkar and not fully understandable for us who are jivas. As I listened to all of this, I also thought again, wow, this is very desirable to enter into such an affectionate dealings with the Supreme Lord. So how do I do this? What are my next steps? Every one of us on this call, everyone who later visits these online presentations should come to this point during the retreat and ask precisely this question: where do I stand and what are my next steps? Then this retreat is successful. Let us remember, these Krishna conscious subjects are not merely to entertain us, to give us an emotional or intellectual kick. I think that the English word, the kick, no, it is meant to bring us really to a place where we ourselves contemplate how we can come closer to Krishna. And my dear devotees, there may not be an immediate answer to this question, but just the fact that you asked this question, how can I come closer to Krishna, means you are miles, you have moved miles forward on your journey in spiritual life. It's not always important to have all the precise answers together just now. But what is important is to develop a mood of eagerness, of yearning to move on and to move further. Now, in my last lecture, I will try to give you 4 areas in which you could look and in which you could make further, let me say, in which you could invest some attention and some effort. And I think if you do so, you will start to feel the amazing experience of being carried by the spiritual energy and in this way move forward, not on your own steam, but on the steam of divine empowerment. But more of this later. I will enter into a very mysterious shloka today, which is the next shloka and my last shloka. I think you will, at least I had great joy in I put it together already before, but yesterday I concluded everything so that I could present it today. We will read today verse 33 of Utkalika Valari. Let us once again go into the frame or understand the situation in which this verse was spoken. It is spoken at the end of Srila Rupa Goswami's stay on this earth. He has entered the deep forest of Vrndavan, and he has fallen on the ground with great longing, because now he addresses Radha and Krishna, whom he has worshipped the major portion of his life. He's a great acharya, if you wish. He's very accomplished. He has written important guidebooks. He has established temples which would be visited for centuries after his own workings, in other words, post-human, when he would have left already. He has inspired with his own examples many devotees. He has in some ways consolidated the movement of Caitanya Mahaprabhu. He's known as the leader of all the followers of Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And he has now one great desire, which he will reveal. He feels all this has happened as the Dwara. He was only the gate of Caitanya Mahaprabhu who worked through him. He has now something personal to request. He wants to have the darshan of Radha and Krishna, not just to see them, but to render his personal service. It's called in Sanskrit Svarup Seva, the service to the Lord's own form. And he is going in a curved path. Sometimes as he prays, he has a momentary vision, a spurti in his heart. Sometimes he feels very, very far away from Radha and Krishna. He goes in between the two opposites of meeting the Lord in his heart and of feeling very separated. But he wants something beyond this curved path of meeting in the heart and feeling separated. He wants to see them with his spiritualized eyes, crossing the path of his eyes, so to say, and then rendering service to them. Ultimate desires, ultimate spiritual desires. Our seminar is called Developing Divine Aspirations. And the understanding is that we all have spiritual desires, but we need to do some spiritual archaeology to free them from the layers of contamination and dirt and go right to the essence. Okay, so now let us hear the verse. Ataki, one moment. I have to. Atakita sami kshanala sitaya muda shlishyator nikunja bhavanga nispurita gora nila langoyo rucha prachuryantu vampurata yutika manjari virajadali ramayo mamacha matkritim chakshusho. As you embrace with intense joy on suddenly seeing each other, with shining gold and black limbs, attractive as a bee on a golden utica bud, may your complexions deepen the astonishment of my eyes in the yard of the Bower Pavilion. Okay, let's unpack this compact verse. He speaks about the beauty of the golden and dark limbs of Radha and Krishna, which he wishes to see with great astonishment. And he describes a particular scene. Krishna searches all over the forest of Vrindavan for Srimati Radharani, almost like a black bee who searches for a jutica flower, a jasmine flower. Now suddenly Krishna sees Srimati Radharani, who has been readying a bower meeting place that is surrounded with trees and creepers. It's almost like a tree or creeper house. So suddenly Krishna sees Srimati Radharani in this Nikunja Mandir. And both of them become extremely happy upon seeing each other. Govindadas, the poet, describes this meeting. Radha and Krishna, upon meeting, look at each other with tear-filled eyes. And as their eyes meet, both of them feel as if they are immersed in a nectar ocean. And this immersion in the nectar ocean increases their great eagerness to embrace each other with intense joy. And Rupa Goswami describes actually this scene. Krishna, who he compares here with a black bee, is landing on the golden Jutica flower. And this looks very astonishing. The word chamat kritim is used. By the way, this verse is this word chamat kritim, very, very astonishing, very amazing, is also used in the verse before. It is described the main quality of these divine darshan, so to say, is that the one who has the darshan is always totally astonished. It is not like, it is as if he sees Radha and Krishna for the first time. And so do Radha and Krishna feel when they see each other. Absolutely nothing is hackneyed. Absolutely nothing is as it was before. Everything, nothing, absolutely everything is totally fresh, totally astonishing, therefore. And in English, there's this word amazing or awesome, but I don't think these two words would really be able to capture that ecstasy with which the divine couple feels. But why is it so absolutely surprising to Rupa Goswami? For this, you will need now to hear a little bit special, because we will enter into a level of increased depths now in our consideration. By the way, these verses are bottomless in their depths, but we want to go now one level deeper about some hidden meaning. Rupa says, this astonishes my eyes more and more. In other words, as he has the divine vision, he becomes more and more and more astonished. It increases. Why? Because the effulgence of Radha and Krishna, the splendor of Radha and Krishna, one golden, the other blackish, do not mix. When you have colors in this world, or light in this world, let us say, yes, golden and blue, when the two lights come together, they will mix and create another color. Do you know which color? Golden and blue, and they mix, creates, yes, some of you, in the room here where I'm speaking have said, green, it becomes green. Or when two metals are entering into a conjunction, that's an alchemical word, they will create a third metal, an alloyed. But Radha and Krishna's splendors don't mix and create something new. No, Srimati Radharani's splendor, it's here, is overpowering the splendor of Krishna. Can you for a moment think what this might be hinting at? Srimati Radharani's golden effulgence covering that of Krishna. Have we ever heard about something like this? Obviously, when the Gaura Kanti captures the Nila Kanti, we have inside Krishna, outside Radha, which is none else than Gaura Hari. Srila Rupa Goswami, in other words, sees the form of Gaura Hari. That is, when Radha and Krishna are in their most confidential, the word which is used in poesy is Milan, the meeting. Now let us stop for a moment. Radha and Krishna meet. Two eyes of Radha, two eyes of Krishna. Together, four eyes. Something new. Two arms plus two arms, four arms. Two legs plus two legs, four legs. But no. Here it is Radha and Krishna meet, two eyes and two eyes meet, but it's two eyes only, Gauranga. Two arms, Gauranga. Two legs, Gauranga. The form of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is the most intimate meeting of Radha and Krishna. Rupa Goswami describes how unexpectedly Krishna was searching for Radha. Sometimes, yes, they do meet, and their splendor they becomes Gauranga. One form, and so on. To express this a little bit through a lila, I would like to tell you about the Pili Pukur lila. There was a time when our retreats were divided into two places. We would have the Krishna Katha related retreat in Govardhana, at the site of Govardhana, and the Holy Name retreat, related retreat. This is the second retreat in Vashana. And in Vashana, we often visited a little pond, beautiful pond, which is surrounded by two banyan trees, and please help me. What is it called? A tree whose leaves are heart-shaped. A peepal tree. A peepal tree, wherever you find in Vrindavan, this peepal tree, the heart-shaped leaf, it goes like this, and then it has a thing like this. I might have a leaf here in the Gaura Bhavan, which I could show you. wherever you find this particular tree, you must know that Radha and Krishna are present there. I have one old leaf. It is not 100% complete here. Here you would see in the leaf on the tree, you would see a long thing going like this. But you can see it's about heart-shaped, like this. I can also turn it around. So yes. So this pond near Vashana, you may go about 500 meters, I would say, from the beginning of the staircase, which brings you up, and you find this beautiful lake, which is lake, not pond, which is surrounded by banyan trees and peepal trees. Here a particular pastime took place, which is relished by the Gaudiyas very much. Once we hear Srimati Radharani came and cooked breakfast for Krishna in Nandagram, and when Krishna had eaten, Yashoda Rani served Radha and her Sakhis a meal, and after the meal, Yashoda became so overwhelmed with affection for Radha that without thinking much about it, she took some turmeric and rubbed it on the hands of the palms of Radha. And she said, Radha, you should be the wife of my Krishna in the future. By the way, in local traditions, this means when the mother-in-law rubs turmeric to the palms of a girl, then this is one of the many things which indicate an, let me look for the English word, an engagement. So Yashoda Rani could not help herself in seeing the qualities of Srimati Radharani and also the affection with which she had cooked the breakfast for her Krishna, that she thought this would make an ideal couple in the future. So Radha had this turmeric, this yellow color on her hands, and did not really know what to do with this. So she walked back from Nandagram to Vashana, and as she walked back, she was thinking, oh no, if I come to Vashana and people or my parents see my yellow hand, they will think, what happened? To whom is our Radha promised in the future? And not knowing what to do, and being surrounded by her girlfriends who laughed and laughed and laughed about the situation, she went to this Pilu Pukur, which is when you go from Nandagam to Vashana, just before Vashana. And she washed her hands with great emotion and love for Krishna in this lake, so that her hands were clear of that yellow color. And then she left for Vashana. A little later, Krishna came to Pilipukur, and he saw that the yellow color of the turmeric had spread out on the surface of the water. But being Krishna, he also felt the emotions of Srimati Radharani. It's almost like in homeopathy. You have the carrier of the medicinal substance. It is either a pill or it could be water. But then you have the medicinal substance there, which has tremendous healing power in a very subtle vibrational form. You know homeopathy. So when Krishna saw the yellow substance, he could feel the emotional life, the feelings of Radharani, which were vibrating and which are tremendous love for him, which is so great that Krishna himself wants to know what is the nature of Radha's love. I mean, how can there be so much love in her? And then he also thought, what does Radha see in me? What qualities make her so attracted to me? And then he wondered, and what does Radha feel when I respond to her love and express my love for her? I would love to feel this. And as he had these thoughts, according to this pastime, he just immersed himself into Pili Pukur. He went really down on the ground. He looked up. He saw everything was golden, and he came out again. And for a moment, he felt this great ecstasy. And again, he sank down on the ground and came out. And this time, when he came out, he had changed. His body was no longer bluish. His body was covered with a yellow complexion of Radha, her emotional feelings. And he ran for a moment through the forest around Pili-Pukur, shouting loudly, "Hey Krishna, 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 Krishna Chandra, Nanda Nandan," like this. No, he felt what Radha was feeling, this intense yearning for Krishna. Now, that is told this pastime as the pastime that happened in Pili-Pukur. And after some time, he came back into his Krishna role with a cowherd stick and thinking, what happened to me? And then he joined his cowherd boys for herding the cow. My dear devotees, I'm purposefully have chosen this verse, the sequence of verses actually, to point out something which I feel is very, very important. I think it is crucial. That is, how can we understand Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? If we think of him as a historical personality who appeared more than 500 years in Bengal, we will not really capture the essence of who he is. If we think of him as a religious leader of his time who reformed the religious understanding and broke the stronghold, the strangling stronghold of the Brahminical caste over the religious development of the life of the time. We think of him as a social reformer, almost like Martin Luther, who broke the stronghold of the Catholic Church and its claim that only through their priests salvation of the individual was possible. If we think like him in socio-political terms, we will not capture the essence of what is Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Only if we think of him as a very special form of Radha and Krishna, who appeared in the Kali Yuga to point out a spiritual path that is doable and relevant for the conditioned souls, then we will be able to make some progress. Please take note of these two words: a spiritual path which is doable and relatable or relevant to the conditioned souls. Let us ask ourselves the question, what is this spiritual path? Why is he considered to be the Yuga avatar? Why is his position so much highlighted? Why has our Bhurijam Prabhu taken great effort to really penetrate this chapter of Antya Lila? And I understand he has gone through all the various chapters of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Why he has chosen this chapter in the Govardhana Retreat, which is so much in his heart, this Govardhana Retreat. Because, my dear devotees, the path of Lord Chaitanya will answer the question which we have when we asked ourselves, where do I stand in connection, in relationship to these high exalted subject matters, which seem to be so beyond me, which seem to be so unattainable by me. If you hear Mahaprabhu's contribution, you will have an answer and you will have something practical to work with. I would like to read to you from a lecture which Srila Prabhupada gave in January 1977, that means towards the end of his pastimes, in Mumbai. I will read to you sections of this lecture. Don't worry, I will read very slowly and in a way where it's easy to grasp what Prabhupada says. So Srila Prabhupada describes in this lecture the process of attaining love of Godhead, of becoming, in other words, mad for him. Mad does not mean some psychological disturbance here. It means an intenseness that includes all other desires and so on. So Prabhupada says, to understand Krishna is very, very difficult. Out of many, many millions of persons, maybe one even tries to make his life successful. And out of many, many such successful persons, Yatatam Apisitanam, who've attained city of perfection. Only one may understand Krishna. So first of all, he's explaining the process of attaining Krishna. So he says, first of all, this is how to start. We cannot understand Krishna. That's the first point. Don't become despaired. He has a lot of more things to say. Then the question comes, where is the question of developing love of God, love of Krishna? If you do not understand somebody, how will you love him? Love is far away. But Caitanya Mahaprabhu is so kind that he is distributing Krishna Prema. Take. Anyone, come. Krishna Prema Pradayati. Caitanya Mahaprabhu is very practical. He says, I want to give Krishna Prema. One should be ecstatic, emotional in Krishna Prema. One should cry for Krishna. The Mahaprabhu wants to give all this, no? And he taught everyone by his practical example how he was mad after Krishna. Govinda Virahename Shunjaitam Jagatsavam Govinda Virahename. This is Krishna Prema. Without Krishna, one should see everything as vacant. So, I would love to continue here. Prabhupada will say that for most of us, we have many other desires. So there is some difficulty. And he said, my Guru Maharaj gave one example. If you go to a rich man and he says, now whatever you like, you came to my house, I will give to you. And you asked him, give me a pinch of ash. Is that so intelligent? Similarly, there's a story that one old woman, and he talks about the woman was carrying a bundle of wood on her head, and it was so heavy, she asked, God, please help me. And God came to her and asked, what do you want? And the old woman said, can you carry this heavy wooden bundle? And then God came, Prabhupada says, to give a benediction, and she wanted, put this bundle. So we are doing the same thing. We go to God and ask him, kindly give me the bundle on my head. So the first process really in Caitanya Mahaprabhu's process, the first stepping stone, if you want to note down, this is now the time to make a note. Face your own fallen condition. In ISKCON language, the language which you are used to, we would say, be humble. But we have used this word so many times that I think it has lost its meaning for most of us. It has been a word we chewed so often in our mouth that we don't taste any longer the quality of this word. Humbleness means a vision of reality. Face your own condition, that you are a spiritual soul bewildered by so many external desires, and you can't help it. It's there. My dear devotees, as simple as it may sound, but this is the first prerequisite for Caitanya Mahaprabhu's process. This, I would say, vision of reality. I avoid the word humbleness because we heard it so often that it goes in here and it goes out here because we think yes, we heard this. No, therefore we say, face the reality, confront it. Don't run away from it. Don't plaster nice philosophy over it. Don't plaster positions over it. Don't plaster your likes on Facebook over it. Don't plaster your achievements in this world over it. Take away these facades, these self-deceptive facades, and come to the reality. You're a fallen soul. Please excuse me. The second inner quality is eagerness. See, the problem with translations, dainya is a very complex Sanskrit term, and we translate it as humility and lose about 80% of the meaning of the word. Is what we understand with these words is that we think all the time about our own insufficiency. Like I said, confront your own situation. But yes, that should be there, but the other should be there is the eagerness. As our Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj used to say, humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself, but to simply think of yourself not so often, you know. Less, he said. You know? What it means is to put Krishna in the center. And we saw this. Now we will see this in tomorrow's verse. No, tomorrow is no verse, but maybe I will say a small verse tomorrow. Rupa Goswami says, yes, I know I have all these desires, but I'm wretched. I'm in a material body. I'm plagued by many desires, but still I yearn for something which not even exalted sadhakas like Lord Shiva have. Why? Because you are so sweet. You are so wonderful. Eagerness means you want something although you do not deserve it. When you want something which you deserve, it's not eagerness. It is something that you are entitled to get. No? Eagerness is something that you want, something you are not entitled. So this interesting mixture of facing reality, confronting the fallen situation, but being eager for Krishna. That, my dear devotees, is the inner condition which you need to have in Gauranga Bhakti. And there's something outer on the which you need to do. And that is Shravanam and Kirtanam. In our movement, a lot of stress is put on Kirtan, holy name, Japa and Kirtan. Thanks God, the Hare Krishna movement has understood that it should become the Hare Krishna chanting movement. Yes, but it is equally important in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's process to do Shravanam, to hear. Because again, if you don't know whose name you chant, how will you ever chant with understanding and devotion and yearning and longing and all these things? Therefore, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur pointed out, just like Krishna always comes with his Swarup Shakti, that is Radha, the holy name always comes with Krishna Katha, talking about Krishna. And the Govardhana Retreat Center is dedicated to have these two things. That there's a holy name retreat. It comes after Kartik. Normally, when we have physically this retreat, there's a holy name retreat for 1 week, and then a little longer because we have 1 day in the middle, the reflection day. There is the Krishna Katha day, where our presenters present based on the Bhagavatam and the Goswami scriptures, the exalted philosophy of Krishna consciousness. This is what you should do. Outside Shravanam Kirtanam, and I encourage all of you, raise your tired devotional spirits by hearing the Bhagavatam, studying the Bhagavatam, also Chaitanya Charitamrita, yes. And then this alone will not suffice. You must have also the inner body. Humility or dainya and eagerness, lolyam, api lolyam. This is the inner body. This is the soul, the heart of the body of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. And then Shravanam and Kirtanam is like the body, the limbs outside. No? If a bird wants to fly, it must have 2 wings. In other words, if you wish to fly on the sky of Gauranga Mahaprabhu's mercy, you need to have 2 wings in place. One is your inner cultivation, humility and eagerness, and the other is your Shravanam Kirtanam. And these two need to meld together. They need to come together. In other words, your Shravanam and Kirtanam must be infused with humility and eagerness. When you sit down to chant, you must chant from a place of, I am a small soul. I have been a Mayadas for so long. Oh, too much of a Mayadas, or Mayadasi I have been. Now, my Lord, I'm turning to you. Please accept me as your servant. This is the mood of Kirtan. If this mood is not there, it's a soulless Kirtan. We don't want to hear such Kirtan. It is not a real Kirtan. It is only the surface. So this eagerness, on the other hand, can only come in you when you hear about Krishna. Oh, he is like this. Oh, he is like that. Oh, Mahaprabhu, such loving dealings. Oh, so very shukshma, so very fine, so very considerate. Now I understand more about the mind of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Oh, now I feel more of an interest to relate to him, and so on. Then with that inner mood, your Shravanam and Kirtanam. Oops, I lost my point here. I wanted to say Shravanam and Kirtanam inform your inner mood, and your inner mood informs Shravanam and Kirtanam. Both need to be together. If my soul leaves now, pang, I will fall and will not continue this lecture. At least not with words. I think I will have a great impact on you. This lecture would be something you would not forget. Last words and so on, but you know what I mean. I need both soul and need to express it with the voice and with the body. It's doable. Don't say, no, Maharaji, I'm too fallen, I'm too fallen. This is a cheap excuse. It is very ordinary. It is the same. When do we stop making such excuses? Can you sit down and hear from the scriptures? Yes. Can you sing? Yes. Can you understand what is your situation in this world? Well, Maharaj, I'm very proud. I deceive myself a lot. Okay, I am the same. But as you go through life, you will see that life tears down these false facades, these false, here comes a new word, narratives, which your ego tells about yourself. And you will understand, whoops, I'm not in control here. Oops, I'm in the hands of something else, fate or karma or whatever, and so on. It is doable, but we must mix these two together, the inner and the outer. And if you say, Maharaji, thank you so much for telling. Thank you. We have seen you have a personal, you feel personally about your subjects, this subject. We are grateful for this, but it doesn't work for me. Then I give you one tip. It's a tip from Ramanujacharya. Ramanujacharya, great exalted Vaishnava Acharya of the medieval times. Not even medieval, it's I think it's 12th century. Is it? Or very old. He said at his time, when all the sadhanas fail you, you're not successful with any sadhana, there's still something left, which will always work. What is this? It is the association of devotees. I can't imagine that he speaks about just, let us say, casual talks, but maybe he thinks about it, because if you have exalted devotees, even if they talk about things, in a casual way, does something on a deeper level. There is some hidden benefit that is coming through the heart. But if you have essential association with devotees who like you, who are full of affection to you, and which are slightly more advanced than you, then something will happen. It will happen. It will happen. So good. I have come to the end. Why is Gauranga Mahaprabhu so another point about Lord Chaitanya, final point. See, we are Jiva Shakti. Our ability to relish is Anu. Anu means very small, small, small. But he is Vibhu. He is all powerful. And his ability to relish Radha and Krishna, mellows, or rasa, is very, very big. Therefore, we would see, or his biographers have seen in him manifestations of ecstasies which were never seen before and which were never seen afterwards. I'm speaking of things like his body becomes so hot with the Viraha Agni, with the fire of separation, that he falls on a stone, and when he comes up, there are imprints of his limbs on the stone. Bhuijan Prabhu and me have seen in Aladanath this stone where these imprints are there. With our own eyes and critical mind, we have investigated and we have said, yes, it is like it is being narrated. He is Vibhu, all powerful. His relishing of Krishna rasas, or the Syam rasa, is unlimited. And by his mercy, Kripa Shakti, he has made a channel from that ocean to us. It flows over Srila Rupa Goswami. A sparrow cannot drink the ocean. No? How will the ocean fit in a little beak of the sparrow? How will we understand Krishna? Prabhupada says it's impossible because it's too big. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who's Krishna himself, taking the role of an understander, he can understand, and the channel comes from him over Rupa Goswami, which reaches us and from which we can drink. It's not the heaving ocean of rasa with towering waves, 10 meters high. It's a channel which we can approach. Therefore, let me end this conversation by quoting to you a verse which Krishnadas Kaviraj put into his Chaitanya Charitamrita about Rupa Goswami, how he is the channel. Priya Swarupe, Daita Swarupe, Prema Swarupe, Sahaja Virupe, Nijanurupe, Prabhu Ekarupe, Tatana Rupe, Swavilasa Rupe. I think all of us have recognized the word Rupe, Rupe, Rupe. Priya Swarupe, Daita Swarupe, Prema Swarupe, Sahaja Virupe, etc. Indeed, the verse says, Srila Rupa Goswami, whose dear friend was Swarup Damodar, was the exact replica of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was very, very dear to the Lord. Being the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love. Here, please, he's the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love. Rupa Goswami was naturally very beautiful. He carefully followed all the principles that were enunciated by the Lord, and he was a competent person to explain properly the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and I believe this is maybe the one we are most interested in, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expanded his mercy to Srila Rupa Goswami just so he could render service by writing transcendental literature. Remember, without these verses, no devotee can understand sufficiently the form, the pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna. That's a very nice verse. You can, I think those who love Rupa Goswami, like our Prashanta loves, and Bhurijan love, and so many love. It is in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 19, text 121. So there are now 5 participants who have raised their hands. Please, do we still have time? Oh, Krishna, yeah, I will have to be very fast then. Yes, Prashanta, please help us.
All right, Maharaj. Yes, we have 10 minutes more. We are happy. Okay, the first one on the list here is, okay, one we already had this morning, Pratika Agarwal.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Hare Bol.
Maharaj, I had a question from yesterday. Yesterday, you talked about the stimulants in our what are the stimulants, that we need stimulants to fire up our devotional service. Sometimes we don't have access to the stimulants like Vrindavan Dham or association of devotees that we aspire for. So how do we though we know the stimulant, but we are not able to access the stimulant? So how should we? Shall we create new stimulants, or what should we do then?
Thank you, Pratik. I have a question to you. What are these 1, 2, 3? I can see yellow folders behind you. What is in there?
Those are accounts of my businesses.
Accounts of what?
My business.
Your business.
Files.
I see you have 5 of these folders full with accounts. Why do you have them? You want your business to work nice. Otherwise, you will not prosper, and your marriage prospect might be questionable, or other disadvantages would come. So therefore, you have 5 folders of business accounts behind you. They are marked with P. I can see very clearly. So the stimulants, you need to have stimulants like that also. You need to put in your room pictures of Krishna, not just business accounts. Your spiritual life is necessary, it needs these remembrances, these inspirations also. You cannot be lazy on this. You know, this is for your eternal life, Pratik. You know, when you are lazy and do not add maybe a 6th, a 7th, 8th, 9th folder with your business accounts there, you are finished as a businessman. So as a devotee also, if you do not have these spiritual books, pictures, music, and so on in your life, you're finished. Not even an initiation will help you. So, Hare Krishna, I am sorry that I addressed you a little personal. If you want, I could look more in your room and see what other stimulants have, and I could point out the lack of spiritual stimulants and you would flush. But I don't do this. I love you very much, so no need to do this. Don't forget what I said. I needed to be a little practical to get through to you. Okay, the next one.
Okay, Maharaj, I will speak in defense of our pratik. He is studying Bhakti Vaibhav, so he does spend a little time with Prabhupada's books. Okay, the next one is Vijay Mehta. Please unmute yourself, Vijaya.
Unmute me.
Yeah, you can speak now.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept
Yes.
my humble obeisances, Maharaj. Thank you so much for the class, Maharaj. It did had a great impact. I was able to relate to Caitanya Mahaprabhu in a way that I have never done before. Maharaj, my question is that you said about Savrup Seva, personal service to the form of the Lord. Could you explain a little bit more on that? Does it mean my particular relationship with the Lord? Thank you so much.
Yes, Swarup Seva is something very high. It is what the associates of Radha and Krishna do when they serve Radha and Krishna in the forests of Vrindavan. But what we as conditioned souls can do in this world is we can serve the deity form of the Lord, which, as we heard in Buri Jampabu's wonderful presentation, is really also, yes, on one hand it is there is a stone and so on, but or brass, but the deities, there's something else, there's a conjunction. Therefore, sometimes when we pray to the deities, we feel that they are communicating back to us. No, they are. It's not just one thing, it is another thing as well. So you can do service to deities and so on. What those who are Nam-bhaktas hold is that it is so often said that Krishna is identical with the holy name. So these devotees who have faith in these statements, they think that by chanting the holy name, they do Swarup Seva also. I know some devotees who told me that when they chant, they feel they're decorating the form of the Lord with flowers. So these are some forms in which we can do Swarup Seva or approach Swarup Seva, but the Sanskrit word in its, let us say, original meaning is often used to refer to the personal service the associates of Krishna do. Hare Krishna. Yes, there is another questioner, I think.
Yes, we can hear from Sudhir, I suppose Sudhir Krishna or Sudhir Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. Always to Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj, during today's presentation, you mentioned it is very difficult to know Krishna. Out of many thousands of people who strive for perfection, only one can understand, or very few can understand Krishna. So, and also you mentioned that how can we, it's natural for a person that when we know of a person only, then our propensity to serve or love the person increases when we understand or know a person. So for me, the question of knowing Krishna, I understand it in two ways. One is by service. The other is seeing the qualities in devotees, because Krishna's qualities are manifest in devotees. So if I'm able to see the qualities in devotees, then and my understanding of Krishna increases. So can you please comment on this, Maharaj? How can we understand Krishna?
Yeah, you have A very nice question. Mm. I see you're taking notes, so I will briefly answer it in a way where you can take notes. If we take this presentation, which we have heard, if we take the essence, then we will understand. Prabhupada said you can understand Krishna through Krishna only, that is through Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And Mahaprabhu gave a certain process by which we can come close to him. This process had an internal and an external shape. Let me start with the external again. You Shravanam Kirtanam, you read in the scriptures about Krishna, preferably the Bhagavatam, and then you do kirtan, you glorify Krishna on the basis of this understanding. You glorify Krishna as he is described in the Bhagavatam with his various qualities. I also often do this when I do japa, when I sit before my deities. I remember that Krishna is very merciful. I remember that Krishna is compassionate, that I remember Krishna's, one of Krishna's qualities. No? So in this way, your chanting gets some life. Huh? Shravanam Kirtanam. And the internal mood of this process of Caitanya Mahaprabhu is developing humility of facing your actual situation and developing eagerness. Now you can ask, yes, where do I place the service of the devotees, and where do I place being compassionate to other living entities, which are essential parts of Caitanya Mahaprabhu's process? Well, you can put it in the first, that is the category where you have Shravanam and Kirtanam. From Shravanam and Kirtanam, hearing about Krishna, glorifying him, you get a lot of inspiration to also serve his devotees, to serve the Vaishnavas. Krishna.
Low
I
battery.
think, yes.
Isn't it plugged here?
Hare Krishna. I think one more is there.
Okay, let me see who is there. Let me see who is there. Alicia's phone.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
We cannot hear you, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. Hare Krishna Maharaj, Danvat Pranam. Maharaj, thank you for giving us this formula of having the mood of humility as well as you having eagerness. Maharaj, my question is how to overcome the tendency to have ulterior motives, because I think unless those ulterior motives are wiped off completely, one will not be able to have the kind of eagerness which our acharyas are pointing towards.
Wonderful question. This is answered in a very realistic way in the second canto of the Bhagavatam. There, in the second canto, various sadhanas or spiritual practices are offered that help us to reach Krishna. And one verse is there, Akama sarva kamo va moksha kama udaradi tivrena bhaktiyo jena Jajeta purusham param. This verse says, if you have material desires, that means ulterior motives, huh? Or if you are absolutely free from any material desires, if you are akama and have no ulterior motives, or if you want to have moksha, if you're in this category, you want to just end all this material existence and go back to Godhead, to be finally free. Whatever your motives are, you should engage in bhakti. And the word which is used there is tivrena bhakti. Tivra can mean intense, it can mean strong, it can mean concentrated. It means you intensify your practice of bhakti. Now, how can you intensify something? The easiest is to intensify the quantity, to do more. Then you can intensify by thinking of the quality. And here you can start to confront your motives. Why do I wish to do this? And clean the motives. And there are, these are the two very easy ways in which you can intensify your bhakti. And when you do this, you will automatically become free from your wrong motivations. It's almost like, you know, when you increase the light, the darkness will decrease, it will become less. So my answer to you is, try to intensify either the quantity or the quality of your bhakti. Having said this, I look at the clock and I'm really scandalously late. But Prashanta has informed us yesterday that all the questions which are remaining, all questions all the three of us, or even four of us, including Madhavananda, can be sent to her, and then we will sit down, Bhujan, Jagatarini, Madhavananda, myself, and we will answer these questions for you as good as we can in voice messages. So we want to really serve all of you. So on. But we need to end here. I will give the microphone to Prashanta here, who will guide us to the next part of the program. But thank you all very much, and I hope it was practical and relatable. And Hare Krishna, Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Satyanandan Maharaj, thank you very much for your presentation over the past 3 days. I will say the same as I said for Buridan Prabhu. Unfortunately, it is the last of these 3 presentations, but this is very valuable for all the devotees. Tomorrow we still have 1 more day of retreat tomorrow, although the program will be a little different. And I want to remind everyone that tomorrow, the first part of the program will be a question and answer session. So you can check on the chat. We have uploaded a link on the Zoom chat to ask questions. So if you haven't already, we received how many? 28 questions have been received so far. The questions can be addressed to Satchidanand Maharaj, Burijan Prabhu, or Jagatarini Mataji. So you have to specify to whom you are asking the question. Please, this question answer form will be valid only until about 8:30 p.m. IST time today. And after that, our devotees will be compiling the questions and sending them to the teachers. So tomorrow the session will be there, and it's not that all the questions will be answered right there. The teachers will be picking the questions randomly, and some of the questions which are not answered tomorrow will be answered later via either voice message or via a video recording, which will be posted, and you'll be made aware of it through the WhatsApp broadcast group. So please stay connected for at least 1 week or 2 weeks after the retreat. You can stay connected with us and you will receive the information. So this is regarding the question answer. Before we move forward to Jagatarini Mataji's presentation, we are going to visit Sri Radhakund. We are going to visit Sri Radhakund and meet some of the eternal residents of Radhakund. All glories to the eternal residents of Vrindavan. We now shall welcome Her Grace Jagatarini Mataji for her presentation on Vrindavan, the most dangerous place in the world.
Can you hear me, Prashanta?
Yes, perfectly.
Can you
Yes.
hear me, Prashanta?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Vaskatya Desatarane Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nithyananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivas Adi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So yesterday we heard about Srila Prabhupada and we read some sections from his book, The Light of the Bhagavad. And we also heard about that beautiful spiritual Vrindavan that we cannot at this time actually see with our eyes. In fact, these eyes are not the method for seeing Vrindavan. The method for seeing Vrindavan is to see from within the heart. Tonight again, we will hear some more about Srila Prabhupada and about the autumn season. And then let us reflect on something a little special about Vrindavan. In July 1962, that's nearly 60 years ago, Srila Prabhupada moved from his rooms in the Vamsi Gopal temple to his new rooms in the Radha Damodar temple. He had been renting those rooms for 3 years, paying 5 rupees a month for them, and slowly renovating them as whatever he could afford before moving to be in the place of Srila Rupa Goswami. Just outside his window was his samadhi, and Srila Prabhupada felt very deeply that this was the best place possible for his residence. So when an acquaintance of his suggested that it was much more beneficial to put his efforts into books rather than a small 4-page printed magazine that people would read and throw away, Srila Prabhupada took this as being the will of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. And he decided to begin translating the Srimad Bhagavatam into English. It would be a 60-volume work. Now, no commercial publisher was even slightly interested in this series. And Bhaktivedanta Swami was not interested in anything less. But to publish, he would now have to raise the donations and print at his own expense. Radha Damodar temple was the best possible place for writing, but for printing and publishing, he would have to go to New Delhi. On August the 8th, 1962, he met with Hanuman Prasad Poddar of the Gita Press, who offered to give Srila Prabhupada a 4,000 rupee donation towards the printing of his first book. Then Srila Prabhupada moved to a room in the Chippy Water area in Chandichok, and from there he spent most of the next 4 months printing. He personally oversaw every detail of the print run. In fact, he was still translating the final chapters while the printing was taking place. The printer observed, he said, "With me, he was very fond that I should do everything as soon as possible. He had a great haste. He used to say, 'Time is going, time is going. Quickly, do it.' He would be annoyed with me also, as I would have to do my work first. And so he was very much pressing me. This was his temperament. I think that anyone who had the good fortune to meet Srila Prabhupada would have observed this intolerance of wasting time and the pressure to get something accomplished on behalf of Krishna in his personality. He himself had to distribute the books. He himself had to distribute these books, gather reviews, and collect and pay for the first printing. So he was so busy working towards bringing the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, the teachings of the Srimad Bhagavatam, to us. This is the amazing part. When he received a large donation, he returned to Vrindavan and began translating the second volume. And the second volume soon went into print. This time, he became even more involved in the printing process. And then he traveled to Bombay to seek funds for the third book. And he visited the office of Sumati Muraji. Now, he was refused entry into the office. And so what he did was he sat down on the steps outside the building and cheerfully and calmly chanted on his beads for 5 hours until Sumati Muraji was leaving after work. And she came outside and she saw him and she asked, "Who is this?" And they told his story, that they had not allowed him to come in. And immediately she called him in and asked him what he wanted. So Sumati Muraji paid for this third volume of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1. Bhaktivedanta Swami once again entered the printing world. He was purchasing paper, correcting the proofs, keeping the printer on schedule so that the book could be finished by January 1965. Now we're getting very close to something amazing that's about to happen. But if we live in the dynamic tension of Prabhupada's experience at that time, he did not know that. He was just working as hard as he could to accomplish the mission that he knew his life was meant to accomplish. Prabhupada knew, by his persistence, by his persistence, he who had almost no money of his own managed to publish his third large hardbound book within a little more than 2 years. He knew there were faults in the translation into a foreign language, but there was no editor to correct them. And such technical faults, he believed, should not keep him from printing. As yet, he had no means for travel, even as far as Japan, and no means for printing any more books. The exact shape of his future he did not know, but he did know that he must prepare himself for preaching Srimad Bhagavatam and to English-speaking Western world. He felt he must become perfectly equipped to be an instrument for his masters. And if they desired, then they would send him. Srila Prabhupada said, I planned that I must go to America. Generally, they all go to London, but I did not want to go to London. I was simply thinking how to go to New York. I was scheming whether I shall go this way through Tokyo, Japan, or that way. Which way was cheaper? That was my proposal. And I was always targeting New York. Sometimes I was even dreaming that I have already come to New York. He said, even though we are not in the Himalaya mountains, and even though we talk of business, and even though we deal in rupees and paisa, still, because we are 100% servants of the Lord and are engaged in the service of broadcasting the message of his glories, certainly we will transcend and get through the impassable, invincible Maya and reach Vrndavan, the kingdom of God, to render him eternal service face to face in full bliss and knowledge. Srila Prabhupada was not only completely confident of his own destination, but he added something for our reassurance. He said, we are confident of this, and we may also assure our numerous readers that they will also achieve the same result simply by hearing the glories of the Lord. What a wonderful blessing he bestows upon us. Now, if you want to become inspired to read the Srimad Bhagavatam, or to achieve that result that Srila Prabhupada is suggesting, then read the rest of Bhaktivedanta Swami's heart-touching journey that became a reality. And also see what Srila Prabhupada walked into when he finally arrived in New York. By reading this wonderful Prabhupada Lilamrita, you will come to know Srila Prabhupada in a way that you could never know him otherwise. Please take the time and do that. Now, we change the subject. For those of you who still remember why one young girl advised her friend not to visit Keshigat and particular challenges that she might face if she did so, then let me share first with you some encouraging words from the light of the Bhagavad, and then perhaps we can hear what was there at Keshigat. Here's Prabhupada's light of the Bhagavad giving us some encouragement. Text 30. In autumn, all the reservoirs of water become enriched with growing lotuses. The muddy water again becomes normal and clear and decorated, just as fallen conditioned souls once more become spiritually enriched in devotional service. Srila Prabhupada says, this is for us. We should not be disappointed in our muddy life of material existence. For as soon as we voluntarily take to the devotional service of the Lord, gradually our whole life becomes clear like the water in autumn. Devoid of our relationship with God, our life is barren. But as soon as the muddy mind is cleared by spiritual association or the cultivation of human spirit, then the threefold miseries of material life are at once cleared off. And thus the lotus of knowledge gradually fructifies, and this gradual process of development ushers in transcendental happiness. So there is hope for us if we happen to still be in the turbulent, muddy waters of the rainy season, waiting for the physician of time to bring about the change to the autumn time. And this is another verse. With the progress of the autumn season, the moist earth and the muddy places begin to dry up, and the green vegetation begins to fade. This drying up and fading resembles the gradual disappearance of the false sense of affinity, that means attachment, and ego. So here Prabhupada is telling us to gradually dry up. He says, progress in cultivation of human spirit entails the gradual disappearance. I'll start that again. Progress in cultivating the human spirit entails the gradual disappearance of the materialistic ego. Covered by ignorance, passion, and so-called goodness, the soul thinks himself all in all and is covered by a false sense of ego. Thus, he falsely identifies with the body and the bodily relations with material things, and they become the object, of his attraction. This matter will gradually dry up and fade away by success in cultivating the human spirit. This is the effect of such higher cultivation. Progress in spiritual culture brings about the disintegration of false ego and material attraction. And then Prabhupada says something that I find really important, especially because we all struggle with our own particular circumstances. He says, cultivation of human spirit is not, therefore, the mere adjustment of material anomalies. It is the process for preparing oneself to be promoted to the spiritual kingdom. No one can adjust the sufferings of material existence. They can't be removed. I think perhaps when we accept that, our life becomes somewhat more tolerable, and we can turn our attention with the fading of these things, gradual fading. We can turn our attention to where we want to go. One can elevate himself from the effects of such miserable life. Now, we've come to that point that I mentioned earlier. We've come to the point where we're going to speak again about the dangers of Vrindavan. Now, we all know that envy, anger, laziness, pride, egotism, and so on, they are all characteristics of that muddy consciousness, which prevents us from properly appreciating Vrindavan, and that's certainly very dangerous. However, were we to become purified of these defects and pure and sinless and perfect and clean-hearted, should we then risk approaching Keshikat in the company of that young gopi girl who warned us not to go there? Are we now ready to see that beautiful boy with the lotus eyes? And if so, then what would happen next? Well, actually, what would happen next would depend upon the relationship that you would like to share with him. Have you ever thought, if I had the good fortune to enter Vrindavan, how would I like to serve Krishna? Would I serve him with respect and reverence and affection, like a personal servant? Would I like to do that? Or seeing Krishna and those playful cowherd boys enjoying laughing, playing, joking together, would you prefer the flavor of friendship? Or perhaps you would prefer to care for Krishna as if he was your child, to hold him, to hug him, to feed him, and to make him happy. Each of these relationships are possible and available. Krishna is willing. It's up to you. Yet, Srila Rupa Goswami, when speaking about those two girls' conversation, was speaking of the predicament of any young girl who goes to Keshigat and unexpectedly sees this beautiful boy or hears the sound of his flute. Her life will never be the same. From that moment on, she will desire only to love Krishna. Even if her father gets her married, still, she only wants to be with Krishna. For her, an eye blink is like 1,000,000 years if she cannot see Krishna. And although her life is controlled by Vedic duties, her heart is controlled by him. Would you like to follow her? The vibration of Krishna's flute is always prominent in the ears of the gopis. Naturally, they cannot hear anything else. Constant remembrance of the holy sound of Krishna's flute keeps them enlightened and enlivened. And they do not allow any other sound to enter their ears. The vibration of Krishna's flute is represented by the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. One of those gopis says, "May Krishna's sweet flute be washed away by the waves of the Jamuna and let it fall into the ocean." That sound of the flute is so impudent that it makes us lose all our composure before our superiors. Krishna, finds great happiness in the juncture of the rainy season and the autumn, moving with a delightful gait. He pleases all the residents of Vrindavan with his darshan as he takes the cows to the pasture. And while ambling along the pathway, he holds his flute to his delicate lips and he plays a slow raga known as Malava Shri, just fit for the autumn season. By nature, Krishna's flute is simple and sweet. But according to the mood of the listener, it manifests sometimes as nectar and to some as poison. It causes river water to freeze and mountains to flow in rivers of ecstasy. Dead trees spring to life with fresh green leaves, and sages fixed in Brahman become agitated and restless. It removes the anxieties of all people, and it stops the movement of the birds and the animals. And thus, the sound of Krishna's flute is a treasure house of wonders. The gopis have peaceful natures and the same object of meditation, namely the desire to attain Krishna. With great yearning, they look in the direction of the flute. They utter some sweet sounding words to describe the wonderful qualities of Krishna, but in a hidden, secret way. One of the gopis says, "How can I properly describe the fortune of one who has eyes? To see Krishna in Vrindavan is the ultimate limit of vision. The sound of his flute makes the whole world impatient. But alas, here we are at home, so we are deprived of all this good fortune." They continue. Beautiful peacock feathers caress their crown, and garlands swing from their necks and ornament their elegant forms. Radiant tilak made from various colored mineral powders, radiant tilak made from various colored mineral powders grace their beautiful foreheads, and bouquets of small creepers and flowers ornament their bodies. And thus Krishna and Balaram please the eyes of everyone with their charming beauty as they enter Vrindavan, just like actors walking onto a stage. The gopis always try to hide their love for Krishna. They are very deep and very, very shy. And sometimes they mention both Krishna and Balaram to appear as if they're quite neutral, that they're not trembling from within with a longing to see Krishna. But like everybody else in Vrindavan, they are attracted, but like everyone else in Vrindavan, they are attracted to Krishna and Balaram and the scenery and so forth. But inside, internally, they're longing for the time when they can actually meet him. Although the gopis are all in their homes in the villages, in the village, they can see Krishna on the bank of the Jamuna within their hearts because they are immersed in remembering him. They have given their hearts and all their attention, and now they have become so restless. They see in their hearts, they see the cows with their tongue-like ears, drinking that shower of nectar. They've stopped eating the grass and their only thought is, what is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? The gopis say, by hearing the melodies of Krishna's flute, we gopis attain a condition just like that of the cows when they hear Krishna's flute. When they hear the sound of that flute at Keshigat. This is the most dangerous thing in Vrindavan. This flute is the most dangerous thing. The gopis say there is a difference between us and those cows. The cows respond by gazing at Krishna's beautiful face, while we cannot see Krishna's face in any way. Separated from him, separated from him, separated from him, separated from him. We've got an echo in here. We're just waiting for a little technical help. Separated from him, and their hearts anointed with the oil of love for him, the suffering gopis become dry and withered. But now that the autumn has come, the gopis were not as sorrowful as they were before. In the coming chapters of the Srimad Bhagavatam, we will hear how in the following autumn season, on the Sharad Purnima, Krishna will use his flute again, and he will call all those girls to his side, and they will have a beautiful full moon dance. At that time, all those girls will hear the flute calling their names, and nothing will stop them from reaching Krishna's side. Srila Prabhupada will conclude our session with a message. He says, somehow or another, just attach your mind to Krishna and your life will be perfect. And what is the objection? Krishna is most beautiful, most opulent, most powerful, and Krishna is giving assurance. He's saying, I will give you protection. Come, I will give you protection. And still, if you don't take to Krishna, it is misfortune. Simply misfortune. Unfortunate. So you remain. If you want to remain unfortunate, who can help you? So instead of arguing, you just surrender to Krishna and make your life successful. That's it. That is all that is wanted. So with those final words of Srila Prabhupada in our ears, we should very seriously try to take a little step towards Krishna. Hare Krishna, and thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Jagatarini Mataji. Thank you very much.
I can't hear you.
Now we'll have the final words for the day from Sachidanand Maharaj, maybe a little kirtan, and a few words from Burijan Prabhu.
Hello, everyone. I felt we all had come during Burijan Prabhu's class to a very and that is that we sincerely were asking ourselves, how do we relate to these exalted subject matters? I think in Jagatarini's concluding message, where Srila Prabhupada urged us to somehow or other become attached to Krishna, and he said, please don't stay unfortunate. She repeated again this theme which developed during the retreat. How do we stand? Where do we stand, and how can we improve our situation? I do remember another episode of Srila Prabhupada where he said to us that I've written all these books. I'm getting up very early in the morning to present this knowledge to you, but you are not reading. In Germany, we were on a morning walk. I shall never forget this. And at that time, we had a huge book distribution effort going on. Maybe it was the most organized book distribution which went on in ISKCON during that time. We had about 20 vans, and they were all going out from one place, and we distributed during the week all over Germany these books of Srila Prabhupada in the local language. And we would come back every weekend for the Saturday night kirtan. It was almost like in Shiva Sangam. We would meet around 7 o'clock, and then we would chant way into the night doing kirtan. So it was during the high times of these times when Srila Prabhupada visited us. It was in 74, and book distributors were allowed to go with him on morning walks. And he then asked this question, he said to us, "Are you reading my books? I have written these books for you, not just for distributing." And then he said, without this, you reading the books, this Haribol, maybe refer to our kirtans, Saturday night kirtans. This Haribol will not go on for long. So as the Krishna consciousness movement walks into a future, it is very, very commendable that efforts like this one, where we present Srila Prabhupada's teachings and we relish them, go on. I think the encouragement which is intended here is that outside the retreat, we all see where we can obtain our inspiration from. I like to think of it in an analogy which Prabhupada often gave. Krishna consciousness is close to is like a big fire, and when we are close to this fire, we catch fire. But if we keep ourselves willingly apart, that catching fire will not take place, really. So, yes, that's where we stand in relationship to all of this. As close as we go, the greater the chances become that we catch fire. And I wish all of you that it will be possible for you to fan your flames, catch fire in this. So we will sing a little bit the kirtan, and then it's nice if we can create this vibration all over the world with all the participants which are still with us, and then we will request Bhujam Prabhu to end this day. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada Sila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Giri Govardhana, 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 Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Hare Krishna. I want to. Yes, here he is.
Thank you,
Hare Krishna
Satchidananda
Burijam.
Maharaj, for that very nice and meditative kirtan. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes. Is everyone ready now? Because right now we're going to chant Jai Jai Sri Radhe Shyam and follow Giriraj Maharaj like that. But first, before we do that, I'm wondering if everyone could be unmuted. And if possible, I'm wondering if there's any peacocks amongst the devotees.
Me pregunto si hay alguno de pavo real. Cows. Oh,
I'm not going to ask if there's any monkeys.
no voy a preguntar qué
Everyone
fue eso.
stand up. Stand up very tall.
Todos levántense.
Hands in the air. Face Giriraj Govardhan.
Manos hacia arriba.
Another
Viendo
face
hacia
Giriraj Govardhan. Deeply in your heart. And everyone together. Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Jai Shri Radhe Shyam.
Good night from
Mahaprabhuji, Dhanvat Pranam.
Very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
वो थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा में पीते बट अपना बैलेंस
Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you, Sachinandan Maharaj. Thank you so much.
Sachinandan Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Murugan Maharaj.
Jana Maharaj, Jagatarini Mataji ki jai. Thank you, Mataji.
11 रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गए सम्मेलन।
Kes Dhuri Jam ki jai.
Guru Maharaj.
आज 3 महीने अपने कॉन्टेक्ट पे
Her Grace.
जो भुवनेश्वर के अमृतेश गौर प्रभु हैं ये पुण्य करा दिया।
Hare Krishna.
Mata ji.
Hare Krishna ताक्षी जी।
Hari Hari. Namaste.
Why they are
उन्होंने मुझे फॉरवर्ड किया HR है वो माता जी। ये 4 हो गए 2 महीने सो के पहले से ही थे जो
Hare Krishna. Krishna Loka.
आदि 2 ने बोला है कि वो 3 से 4 कराएंगे।
हरि बोल प्रशांता।
2 मान लीजिए 3 कराएंगे तो उन्हें करा दिया 2 और कराएंगे।
Thank you for your wonderful
तो श्रुति माता
service.
जी ने 2 किए 11
हरि बोल।
और एक खरीदा।
Hare Krishna Jagatarini Prabhu. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much.
ऑनलाइन पेमेंट किया है उसको पे
Thank you, all devotees. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you very much, Jagatarini Mataji ki jai.
Thank you so much, Jagatarini Mataji. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jagatarini Mataji.
It was lovely to hear Dangers of Vrndavan. Thank you so much, Mataji.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mataji Prashanta.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna.
Naughty fellow.
Hare Krishna.
All right, we are going to end the session here. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji.
Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji.
Thank you so much,
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mataji.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
You're terrorizing people up and down the coast. Like a weird word.
You want to be in the
I think it is me. Hare Krishna. Haribo, Haribo.
Hare Krishna Nikunja Vasini. I've been seeing you every day. Ooh, lots of prema. Hare Krishna. You are in Italy? Yes, you are in Italy. Hare Krishna.
Hey!